Greetings, everyone. Coinstamp 180 here. See, I keep doing it. Coinstamp here, and welcome back to a bonus late night episode of Elden Ring Reforged. Last time, we got finished exploring the area behind the Carrion Manor. We picked up some spells there. We fought the Onyx Lord and won. We then proceeded to more or less do the same underground. We found an ant nest or an ant hive under here. We previewed the Lake of Rot and made our way to the Dragonkin soldier of Noxtella, and we won. Then we got some cool spells, some cool abilities, and we proceeded to highlight our plans. Well, I went back and did some digging on things we've missed, things we might have overlooked in our playthrough, and there are several. Without further ado, why don't we just get started? Now, before we depart, no, back and forth, I do need to cover the webcam real quick. So normally I have that turned on. However, it is hot in my house. At least it's hot in my room. It's late at night, so it's not like I'm indecent on camera, but I don't want people seeing, like, holy shirts and whatever. It's not a good look for anyone. So I've opted to turn that off, and hopefully people aren't too upset with me about it. I usually do show my face, but, sorry. Forgive me, and I will make sure to do better in the future, as long as it also ain't hot next time. We're gonna start by picking up all the collectibles we may have missed. I did also, I suppose, whenever other preview worth knowing is that I have cleaned up, changed builds, and I went ahead and ground up. I posted this on Twitter. I ground out the remaining levels to even our stats again. So, what you see here is we're about a single level away from being able to use the new spells. The new Frozen Lightning. But there are spells we should have already received at this point to heighten our incantation playthrough, and we have not done that yet. Mainly because we have not cleaned that up. Now, for those wondering how long the bonus episode's going to last, bonus episodes are going to be 4 hours unless something bad happens. If that is the case, then I will, you guys will be the first to know. But my plan is definitely to do this for as long as I can, up to my stated time, and then we should be caught up. No more bonus episodes required. Then all I have to do is make sure I finally catch up on the episodes I have to edit out, and we should be good to go. Everything is all hunky-dory. I believe what's here is supposed to be a dexterity crystal tier. A dexterity knot crystal tier. Just need to find it. I can see it peeking out from that bowl there. That is item number 1. Go ahead and delete that marker. Next one requires us to go to the village of the Albinorix, and instead of going across the bridge as though we were going to fight the Omen Killer, what we need to do instead is go across this bridge here. I'm fairly sure it's this bridge. And if it ain't this bridge, then it will be the other one. It'll be one of these two. But there's I believe there is a straight sword that we can find here. It should be the crystal straight sword. and I believe an Albinorc mage guards it. Not much more to say other than that. Oh, and I suppose I should take a moment to just kind of show off new incantations that we've gained the ability to cast. One of those is Crucible Tail, and the other is Crucible Horns. The Crucible incantations have a quick form, and they have a long form. Or, in other words, they have a charged and an uncharged variation. Charged ones have a follow-up. The uncharged one, or the base one, has no such follow-up. And it does exactly what you'd expect of it. These are physical incantations that do serious checks on poise. Here we are, the Crystal Sword. The Crystal Sword is a straight sword that has the spinning slash. It boosts Crystalline sorceries, so if you have a staff that also boosts Crystalline sorceries, or Crystalline, excuse me, and you have this sword in your offhand, you will get 2 boosts. I believe it also has a native affinity applied to it. We're probably not going to use it, as a lot of our endgame sorceries and incantations are going to have some manner of status effect like either applied, or they're going to do a bunch of different damage types. Or we're going to be focused on particular builds, and it might only crop up once or twice, if that. Not much more to say than that. There are other swords that are definitely worth our attention. There are other caster-themed weapons in general that are worth more of our time than you'd expect. Next up on our list is a whole dungeon that we forgot to do. I want to say it's beyond these rocks. This dungeon does have access to some other items. I think one of them... I want to say one of them is either a crystal nut tier, or one of them is an actual weapon or spell. And I think a spirit ash is here as well. I do want to be careful about projecting falsehoods, but I'm trying to remember based on what I've looked up. Although, what I can do is sort of get the map up, and I can probably tell you in just a second. Yeah, there is actually a weapon here. I was right. And there were also spirit ashes here. I was also right. Additionally, we need to go back up the path here, as we've still managed to miss something in the... Is it up? No, it's not. We've managed to miss something already, though. And I think that might just be I didn't go far enough. Do you hear that? That is the sign of a... That is the sign of a Tearstone Scarab, and this one has an Ash of War on it. And it is Sword Dance. Let's look at our new find. Once we no longer have bats to deal with, that is. We even got rid of an extra. Sword Dance is going to be... right here. Quickly close in to perform a series of spinning upward slashes, follow with an additional input to finish with a downward slash. Usable on swords, axes, and pole arms capable of slashing, but colossal weapons and great spears are not allowed. Good to know. we should be good until we get to the dungeon. This is one of the dungeons that does have an an Erdtree watchdog. And so that means we're either dealing with the hammer variant or the scepter variant. I'm sorry, the halberd variant or the scepter variant. Either way, it's dangerous. There was a statue we could interact with at the top of the hill that would have pointed us here. We didn't need to do that because I knew exactly where it was. This is an easily missable location though, simply because you do have to take that left after going past the minor Erdtree in the area, and your natural inclination is to head toward a rest site afterwards, as the minor Erdtree avatars can be quite a handful. Beautiful. Even though these incantations are a bit unwieldy, I do in fact like them. I think I probably will prefer the tail or the breath when we get it. There is a crucible breath that's unlocked later in the game. And those do a better job of controlling space. I didn't think those had grabs. I guess now I know. Did everyone enjoy their 3-hour break between episodes? And normally I am doing these at the proper times. That would be Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I normally do operate at those hours. It's just that my sleep's been screwy. I do want to apologize for that. My sleep has been out of whack, and that's caused me to stream at some rather abnormal hours. And the sleeping issue is such that it takes me a lot longer to correct it than normal, and it's so bad that I'm several hours off of my normal sleep time. So I do apologize for, missing the mark. That's not something I want to do, but it is something that has happened and will probably continue to happen until I get it right. But I will get it right, and I will fix this for the future. So these catacombs do start to get a lot more lengthy. They start to get a lot more puzzle-like and labyrinthine in their designs, and they even start to include hidden walls. Granted, the illusory walls are still not the core part of the experience. And we've already unlocked the door here. And there's the statue in case we need it. They do start to tuck these entrances behind a lot more walls, though. A lot more obstacles. And it's kind of up to us to suss out the difference. To discern brilliance from BS and pierce through them both. No matter which one of those it is. Oh, would you look at that? There's just a lot of these illusory walls. They're everywhere. I thought this was an unlockable after we fought the boss, if I'm being honest with you. And it's not the staff I think it is either. Yeah, it's the Watchdog staff. That would be a colossal weapon. Which, colossal weapons kind of don't get the usual typing. They get other type. They have their own typing instead. Large stone staff embedded with glintstone, wielded by the Erdtree burial watchdogs who protect catacombs. The watchdogs, battered and broken over their lengthy tenure, rule the catacombs and are even said to command the imps. Unique skill, sorcery of the crozier. Channel magic into the glintstone to activate an ancient sorcery, producing floating magic projectiles that chase enemies automatically. Strangely enough, this thing does not require intelligence to use. It's really weird. But, hey, you know, non-strength or non-faith arcane builds need stuff too, and I suppose this is one of those things. Gotta check every wall, every corner. You can't let these, you can't let the illusions, escape you. How many other people out here really like the illusory walls? I mean, I can take them or leave them. I don't mind if they're there. I don't mind if they're not there. I don't even care if they're catacombs or not. I could take them or leave them. I certainly understand the reason for their being. It's these catacombs in the lore are essentially a way to interpret or a way to rationalize what burying the dead might have looked like. Remember that each of these catacombs has an Erdtree root system ready to accept the dead. And their bodies are really just kind of buried in here, whereas their souls tap into the roots. They're transfixed into the roots and reborn into the Erdtree. It's, these catacombs being everywhere do make a lot of sense. They just sort of feel like they're lacking. Like they're lacking something. It's hard to describe, but it feels as though the lore, the story, was used as a justification for why the game mechanics are as subpar and uninteresting as they get. These are chalice dungeons on roids without being a chalice dungeon, basically, and the chalice dungeons already kind of wore out their welcome. At least from what I understand. Some people really like them. Some people don't like them. I can understand the reason why the catacombs are not considered particularly good game design, but I'm also a person who's easy to please. If you give a lore justification, I'll let just about anything go lightly. Sorry to take a drink there. So apparently the chat disconnected over the course of the fight there. I do apologize about that. No, I don't want to return. Well, actually, there's nothing here. Oh, might as well return to the entrance. So that there was the first example of spirit collar snails. So the spirit collar snails are these special spirit creatures that conjure up phantoms or spirits of either future bosses we have yet to fight or bosses we've already faced as a regular mini boss or partner. And that one chose to use the spirit of the Crucible Knight spear version, and it has exactly what you'd expect. Excuse me, sorry, I'm having some issues with my chest apparently. Not really much more to say than, you know, the spirits that it summons are the fake fight, and they'll keep re-summoning them over and over and over again. You're much better off finding, like, summoning a spirit, and then quickly taking out the actual spirit snail. I think it's this building here. Yeah. Next item is in this chest. And it's the Ice Rind Hatchet. Very good stuff. Ice Rind Hatchet is one of the first frost items you can get. The other one being the Frozen Needle, but the Frozen Needle isn't until... I want to say the Frozen Needle shows up at the Black Knife Catacombs. But I'm probably not exactly remembering everything straight. I think that takes care of all of them. Or not. Okay. That's the thing. You never know when you're gonna end up having, you know, random enemies come and BS you out of being able to look at your map. Because as soon as combat starts, you're not allowed to open up your menu, your map. And I get it. It's for consideration of not being stolen or cheated out of when you've got your map open, but I'm not sure that's any better than I'm not sure that's any better than having it open and getting punished for not paying attention or opening your map in the wrong location. It's a design decision that I could either take or leave, honestly. This one here actually gives us an incantation, the Blood Flame Blade. We'll actually pop this open and look at it. A Blood Oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood. Engulfs armament held in the right hand with blood flame. This incantation can be cast while in motion. After dealing damage, blood flame continues to build up onset of blood loss for a very short time. This incantation is one part of a very infamous build that we will slowly discover the parts and pieces to later. But this is what was here between the Temple Quarter and the Rose Church. We just bypassed it while trying to, we bypassed it in the process of doing everything else. That's all. Our next pit stop is the Royal Moon-Gazing Grounds. We're kind of going in a clockwise motion. I promise we will get to everything. But we did say we were going to explore the center of, Liurnia, right? So it only makes sense to go clockwise all the way in, or counterclockwise. The precise direction wouldn't have mattered much. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so this next item, this was something that I just plain forgot to check. I'm sure we would have found it if we actually explored. Or maybe I just assumed that I didn't pay it much mind. What was this item again, actually? I'm gonna give you guys a short ad while I figure this out. Okay. Hi, for those tuning in. I've just died trying to make a jump. I can't say I'm particularly surprised about it. So the item in question is called Carrion Grandeur. It is a Ash of War, obtainable right before Loretta as well. Also, the reason we have rune arcs, I ran out of earthly flowers on camera, so I do have to kind of explain that. Earthly flowers, well, we're not exactly grinding up a whole bunch of them now, are we? But apart from that, I am already forgetting what I want to say. Oh, right, earthly flowers. I haven't been grinding any up lately, and of course, I foolishly took the rest and put them into hard runes when I was in the process of grinding stats, so we don't have any earthly flowers to make items anymore, which is a rather scary and unfortunate thing if I do say so myself. This is always nice. Thankfully, these miniature jars aren't too difficult to deal with. You do just have to bear in mind that unless it's like a big poise-breaking spell, they do have a fair chunk of poise. They are just gonna break through your small, like, generator casts. Not much more to say than that, quite honestly. Did I just miss it in the process of exploring this? Maybe I might have been a tad hasty. Or I feel like I've already obtained it. Carrying Grandeur should be an Ash of War. Is that a spell? Did I get a spell? Was that what that was supposed to be? No. Which means it's here and I'm just not spotting it. Well, hey, no one ever said that finding items was easy, right? Anyone else go on these little Easter egg hunts? Like, you have a game you really want to complete 100%? Any 100%ers out there? That, you know, you find something and you realize it takes 50 steps, or you have to go to some really obscure place to find it. and you cry inside because you're really quite convinced that you want nothing to do with trying to find the complicated item. And if it weren't for the 100% and the fact that you want to do these 100%, that you most assuredly wouldn't be getting this particular item. It'd be more like low percent plus. Yeah, that's more or less how I feel about some items. And these long games is I feel the same way. You know, I could have sworn we picked up this particular one, and I just got swapped out with something else. I accidentally sold it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to have another look at the reference map real quick. Okay. It's already supposed to be dangling off of a wall, so I feel like I've messed something up already. Either that or the location of it has been adjusted, which could be likely. Oh, really? Is that really not the right place to look? Well, we have to keep going down, apparently. I was on the right track. I just didn't go far enough. Well, that just means we have to go down the long way. I was quite sure I obtained this. It's retaliation. Drives me bonkers. Hold on, I need to check out the change log and really just make sure I didn't lose something. This would be under weapons or skills. By the way, for those who want to know what I'm doing, like in more detail, if I type in !ERRW, or we could have problems with the bot. Hang on. Okay, let's try that again. Or we could have all kinds of problems. Great. Fantastic. Let me try clearing out the... I might have to reset the session. Sorry, I'm having to do some security stuff real quick. That's part of keeping these things two-factor authenticated. Speaking of which, I highly recommend that you two-factor authenticate your software. And do I really have to do this? Make sure I've got the spelling on this correct. S is unable to add. Okay, well, I'm not gonna waste your time trying to fix bot problems. I already spent way too much time on camera doing that. So instead, I'm just gonna link you to the weapon skills, the specific link I'm searching through, and you guys can search together with me, or you can peruse it for your own benefit. Either or is fine. So this would be, that's the carrying greatsword. Ah, okay. So that's what it is. I forgot. So, Elden Ring Reforged made a lot of, made some skills exclusive to weapons. So we can go ahead and remove this. Just know that, if you're looking for that item, you will find it down there. This building here. If you jump through a few more cliffs, you will in fact get to it. I just didn't pay attention and presumed that I just missed carrying grandeur. No, it's a custom skill now. Next item on our list is right over here. Do you remember how I said we would be getting the, we would be getting a mid to long range madness incantation? Yeah, this is where you're gonna find it. I just didn't pay attention to obtaining it the first time. I believe it is on a scarab, or it is somewhere in a tree or building. Yep, right there. So here what I kind of want to do is clear out the rats. And my reason for this is I don't want to accidentally be stumbling into camps of these. Even though madness itself isn't the most deadliest status in the world, the fact of the matter is that it can still kill if you let it. And our reward is the Frenzied Burst. Probably one of the best incantations in regular Elden Ring, simply due to the fact that it has massive reach for the cost and inflicts madness on just about anything. I just can't believe I missed up on that find. Next up on our list is the Mausoleum Compound. Also, we can now probably change out our Crucible incantations for other stuff. I think I've demonstrated them, and they are fine incantations. However, they are also fairly expensive. On top of it not exactly being the easiest to use. I don't need to pass the time. Need to tune an extra spell. Let's make that spell... Now, that is a good question. Maybe some Black Flame. So this is what... Oh, actually, we should even read our find first. Emits concentrated blast of yellow flame of frenzy from eyes. Incantation originating from the maddening 3 fingers. Releases concentrated blast of the yellow flames of frenzy from the caster's eyes. Charging enhances potency, enabling the blast to penetrate the enemy's guard. And times past, every single person who attempted to control the flames of frenzy succumbed to madness after a desperate internal struggle. This incantation is testament to a meager victory. So, this is what it looks like up close. That's at least 16 to 20 meters. That's got to be at least closer to 25 or 30. The fact that it can reach up there is just fantastic. I'm not really sure what else to say other than that. Except the Frenzy Burst will be an invaluable, indispensable part of our kit. And you'll see what I mean when we use it in boss fights. When we use it to take out enemies that would be too difficult or really quite ghastly to try to approach otherwise. Stuff like that. I was about to say, surely our hooves should have trampled that underfoot, but I guess not. Okay, so now we're trying to find something dangling off of a cliff. I think it's going to be right through here. And sure enough, I was correct. We get the Stalwart Horn Charm, which I believe, yes, raises robustness and drains blood loss and frost. And each one of these talismans all share the same unique ERR effect, which is that they will drain self-build as well. So you're not stuck footing the bill for madness that you can't possibly control, or blood loss that you can't possibly control. If you combine this with the Sword of Night and Flame, you're probably not building status up on yourself for a very long time. And that's a good thing. We don't want to be building status. For those wondering, I have still not mentioned the bug or potential problem with the walking mausoleum yet. I am waiting until after this stream to do that, where it makes more sense. And I can have multiple instances to confirm that what I saw with my own eyes is in fact the truth, and I'm not just walking in incorrectly. I didn't just set a trigger incorrectly. I didn't set a quest trigger incorrectly. None of that. This next one is underneath this bridge, believe it or not. And we actually can't get close enough to it. We have to hit it at a distance, which is where a Frenzied Burst spell comes right in. And our reward is the Shield Bash. An excellent Ash of War if you are in fact looking to use Great Shield or specific offensive shield builds. Not every shield is good at playing offense so nicely. A lot of them are not. Some obvious ones I can think of that would be quite good would be like the Spiral Horn Shield, the Shield of the Guilty, the Marred Leather Shield, and that's really about it, but there are others. I know there's one that spits out poison and another that spits out fire, both of which are good in shield builds like that. That being said, we don't need those things. Not here. What else do we need to uncover? I believe there is a sorcery over here. This one should be the first one of the aberrant sorceries, if I dug into this the correct way. We're just gonna head this way. And it's not in that camp either, it's beyond the camp. Although, who knows? We might end up confirming that it is in the camp anyway. I think it's straight up immune to fire. Nice work. Yeah, it took me a second to realize that those were connecting just not quite right. Look at this. The Briars of Sin was our reward. Let's take a look at our new find, shall we? That would be back here. An aberrant sorcery discovered by exiled criminals. Theirs are the sorceries most reviled by the Academy. Wounds the caster with thorns of sin, creating a spiral of blood thorns. This sorcery can be cast repeatedly, up to 3 times. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Blood Star. It's certainly an interesting sorcery, to say the least. However, we're done with it. That it's really quite unremarkable. There's another aberrant sorcery, one of 2, that does much better at. It does a lot better at conveying or utilizing the properties of aberrant sorceries a lot better. Briars of Sin ask you to give up a lot in exchange for very little. And even putting yourself at great risk. It's just not worth it. In my opinion. I think that nope, there's one more thing we need to do. That's on the outskirts. I mean, it's part of exploring the center, but we haven't quite worked our way to the Academy yet. So what we want to do is head north. And begin to head past Smaragd's old stomping grounds, which, for those who aren't aware, it's definitely worth covering again. The way that the glintstone key has been handled has been changed. We have the key already, but if Smaragd were here and you failed to sneak up on them, or sneak and get this key, he would actually take the key. It would be in his mouth. You'd see it whenever he's making bite or breath attacks. And our goal would be to get that key out of his mouth by defeating them. Okay, let's get the site first. Unfortunately, we're not really going to be using that site of grace very much. Instead, what we're going to do is use these stone sword keys and unlock access to a mine. A very dark place. the Academy Crystal Cave. The Academy Crystal Cave contains access to one of the more limited application sorceries in the entire game. But I believe it does have additional effects that are worth talking about in Elden Ring Reforged. I will, when we actually obtain the particular sorcery in question, I will go ahead and put that up on the screen for you. Or I'll put that in the chat. That's what I should say. But with that out of the way, what we're going to do now is take a short ad break, about 5 minutes. I'm going to go refill my drink, so I've got plenty of drink for the stream, and I will be back after the commercial break. Go stretch, go grab a snack, do whatever it is you're going to do, and I will see you guys shortly. Take care. sorry, I'm back. Hopefully everyone got their break in working order. Got a good one at that. So welcome to the Academy Crystal Cave. Go ahead and remove these markers now. We don't need them. So there is a sorcery at the end of all this, and that sorcery is not really worth spoiling at the moment. It is a good one. It is a good one, but, I promise if you stick tight, it'll be worth it in the end. As for the cave itself, so this particular cave, and a lot of the crystal caves that are there, are known for having one or two secret illusory walls. And these illusory walls are really hard to tell that they're there, actually. You sort of have to guess and check the pathways, and find one that, feels odd. Like, players initially just kind of have to roll into the walls and figure out what works, what doesn't, what is a secret wall, and what isn't. And while that does take away from the discovery process of finding them naturally, it makes far more sense if, you know, things are done this way. Now, this is meant to show off the power of Frenzied Burst. Notice how far of a distance we were actually able to strike from there. Darkness. They all die. Granted, one did notice us, but we were already kind of low on resources when this happened. Now, the Academy Crystal Cave, I believe, does have 3 or 4 passageways in it. And if you're not sure, don't feel ashamed. I realize I said what I said regarding the inorganic nature of finding the, scratch that. We have someone who used crystal sorcery on us and killed us. So I guess the rule is don't underestimate your opponent. Probably should have just drank there. Well, nothing to do except pop another one and keep moving. And on walks back like these, you know, where it's hard to find things to talk about, I challenge you to find a similar walk back through one of these other dungeons that, well, at least for me, evoke a sense of mystery, wonder, and of course, frustration. These crystal caves are probably some of the more frustrating caverns in the whole game, considering just how much ambush potential lies in these caves. That is probably one of the more frustrating parts of the cave, is just the natural inclination to be ambushed, the natural inclination um, of these enemies to sort of look, see? Getting hit by these getting hit by these crystal sorceries is very problematic for us. Namely in the manner of the crystal sorceries that these things are using, like the crystal burst, have been buffed. Like, they use our copies, and they do a lot more damage than you're used to baseline. And the closer you get to these things, the more likely you are that you are just gonna get pelted with what essentially amounts to a shotgun blast in the back or in the gut. And I gotta tell you, those ain't very fun. Not to worry. I know I keep saying keep your cool, but that really is the best medicine for dealing with these Rhea Lucarian sorcerers. Just keep your cool. You know, use your tools. If you have poison, like if you have a perfumer's poison spray mist, use that. But that'll keep them from attracting attention. You know, use your rapport items. These bewitching branches, use those. You know, you have your options. Okay, let's check what goes on this way first. There are 2 tunnels leading down. Oh no, one is leading up. Never mind. I believe opening this one almost assuredly spells death. Yeah, we have one of the Haima battle mages here. Let's go ahead and drink. Didn't even take chances there. Trust me, you really are better off not messing around with them. The Gavel of Haima has some pretty good tracking on it. It is an entirely vertical blow. It does have good tracking, but the Gavel's the real beautiful thing that they possess. It deals massive damage and gets lobbed in an arc and probably pierces cover if it's aimed properly. Those are the sorts of things that are quite problematic if they're used on us. The moss here, by the way, is the dead giveaway that this path actually leads up. Our reward for finding a secret is very much worth our time: the Crystal Staff. The Crystal Staff is a nice late game staff or mid game staff, and it boosts Crystalline sorcery. Staff fashioned from pure crystal, a deed impossible for a human. The Crystalline's faint cogitation is known as the wisdom of the stone. This staff can only be wielded by those of intellect high enough to grasp such wisdom. Enhances Crystalline sorceries. Also, I'm gonna make sure that this wasn't like a Twitch boo-boo or something like that, because I see that people are whispering me. You just open that down. Let me actually pop that out. I apologize for missing whispers. Really, I am. It's not easy when the chat is being constantly disconnected and stuff is happening. I need to probably just clear out the dockable window and refresh it. Okay. So, yeah, this boosts Crystalline sorceries. I believe there is a straight sword that we just picked up. Yep. So the crystal sword and the crystal staff are definitely meant to go together. So by having both of these, you will have a significant boost to like Crystal Shower and Crystal Burst. I might be tempted to show that off later if I get the materials necessary to upgrade it, but don't hold your breath. Definitely consider experimenting with that yourself. So we have the fake chest here. Also get an Academy Glintstone Staff for our trouble, which is a nice mid-game staff that you get by killing the Rhea Lucaria sorcerers. Definitely worth your time. You can beeline it and start killing the sorcerers right for that staff. But if you're going to do that, you know, I would highly suggest just picking up an earlier staff, or getting like the Carrying Glintblade staff to take care of your problems, and you'll be well off. You'll have a fine staff. That's way better than a generic do-nothing staff that doesn't even boost any particular kind of sorcery. It doesn't add to your toolbox. Now, before we move on, let's see what was on the other ramp leading down. Here we have a simple stone sword key. Useful if you're having issues with, like if you've been following along with this LP, we should have 13 stone sword keys, give or take about, and we have the other remaining, I'd say 15 or 18, just from the initial early game area, and buying all of those stone sword keys early, and coming equipped with a stone sword key. Yeah, all of those. So, this fight is a Crystalline duo fight. One of them should be a spearman, and the other should be a staff user. It more or less will pan out the same, you know, just stack up status that inflict madness. But just in case that we need to deal with you know, people who have never fought the Crystallians before, they are a stone type enemy, which means that stone or cold weapons will deal more damage. Or it might be gravitational. I actually think it's gravitational now that I'm thinking about it. I don't know why I keep going for cold. Anyway, they have 50 defense, 60 poise. The putrid counterparts. In fact, I think the only thing that actually changes is resistance to Scarlet Blight and Poison. The Crystallians are moderately resistant to both of these things, but the putrid copies are immune to Scarlet Rot, and they're very resistant to poison. Both of them remain vulnerable to Madness and Frostbite, however, so that is what we will be using, mainly Madness, in order to make it easier to proc status effects off on them, along with our Poison here. As for the summon, we will probably use, It'll probably use our demi-human friends in order to make this go by faster and keep some of them distracted, possibly. Without further ado, I will see you guys on the other side of this battle. This went really poorly. I knew that would happen. I should have just accepted the death. I knew I should have just accepted that death. I should have just gotten it over with. We already were having issues with that. As far as the strategy you should use, I don't think our strategy was wrong. I just think it got an unintended target. We should have been targeting the staff user instead of the spear user. Spear user moves around, makes our poison effectively worthless, makes other builds also essentially worthless. But, you know, for anyone who's dealing with the this is definitely a case of not being able to handle ads really well. I think this is it here. Yeah. This is it right here. Real trick is getting past the battle mage without taking too much damage. Okay, that's one of you. Once you get over the staff user, the fight does become significantly easier. See? Not so bad. Once you learn the proper amount of respect for the Crystallian duo. Not the worst Crystallian fight out there. There are worse ones. There's a certain one in the town of Celia in Caelid that I'm not gonna gratify with a name, but it's the most insidious trio fight in the whole game. It sucks. Here we are, at the Lucaria Academy. And you might be asking yourself, well, why the heck are we here? Aren't we not supposed to be here yet? No, because going through this part of the Academy doesn't trigger anything else. But at the end of this tall tower, at the height, is a spell. Terra Magica. This lovely little thing is a buff. One of the glintstone sorceries of the Academy of Lucaria draws an Academy sigil upon the ground, raising the magic strength of those within. Once, the sigil would be cast from the highest belfry of the Academy, covering the entire institution's grounds. This spell allowed such vivid experience of spellcasting success, it turned many a fledgling into a true sorcerer and a flash of newfound understanding. Yeah, Terra Magica is good. It basically creates a buff that increases magic attack power along the ground, as long as you stand within it, and it lasts for a long time. I believe ERR does make this spell a lot better. And the way that it does that is by granting it an extra effect, and I believe it also allows more of them to be cast. But I could be incorrect about that. Terra Magicus. I don't know why it's called here. Called up here. Yeah, that is new to, specifically for Elden Ring Reforged. So Terra Magicus, or Terra Magica, had its animation speed increased. It greatly increased the duration of the sigil, but lowers the damage multiplier, a fine trade-off. And 3 sigils can now be placed at once. They each last for 1.5 minutes. And the damage boost is now 15%, or, yeah, it is 15% increased magic attack power. Which is really freaking cool, in my opinion. When we get ready to play with sorceries again, I will demonstrate its power. And I'll find a fight that it's worth using on. Because Terra Magica is a lot of fun. That being said, we no longer need to be here. So what are we going to do but head back to the Academy Gate Town? And we're probably back to trashing on opponents for a while. So, people are probably wondering what the exact order of events is in, when it comes to Altus Plateau, Caelid, and Liurnia. So my game plan is this. Once we get done exploring the center of Liurnia and going up to the Academy Gate and getting that particular resting spot, what we're probably going to do is go over to Altus Plateau and get that Amber Starlight Draught that we were trying to find for Celovis. And once we find it, once we find the Starlight, we bring it back to him. We go get our draught, we go give it to Ronnie, and then we let chaos ensue. I recommend having empty runes for that part. But for the time being, let's explore the tatters of this ruined town. So the Academy Gate Town is a place full of soldiers, albinorics, crabs, lobsters, and cannons. You'll see what I mean when we go through the actual intact town portion. But this portion where it's like in a swamp, yeah. The swamp or bog, that is definitely nice. Quad kill. Beautiful. Still, nothing is as powerful as Javelin of Gold, and I don't understand why. I feel like everything else should be raised up to its power, or Javelin of Gold needs a slight nerf. I don't know which one yet. Or maybe we were just lucky to actually get it. I don't know. Maybe we should just accept the power that lies before us. I don't know. I believe we will also find our first instance of a soporific... No, I take that back. We already spotted the soporific crabs. We found one in the swamp, the poison swamp that surrounds the village of the Albinorics. That was a soporific crab. But we'll find another one here. And it should be, as we make our way up to the bridge here, there should be one right into like what appeared to be a courtyard plaza. I believe killing it gets us a crafting material. Yep, here's the crab right here. There's also a tearstone scarab nearby. And a bunch of land squirts. Yep, here's our crab. Thank you for your custom. Yeah, this thing was guarding a crafting material. And what do you know, a smithing stone too. If you were wondering about when we were supposed to go bump into this place, the center of Liurnia, we were supposed to do that here. Oh, and I forgot. We can do this. Beautiful. Also right there. Normally we would have a bad time at getting this, but we can use our Javelin of Gold to quickly take out the scarab here and get our charge forth. Isn't it just lovely? So I believe charge forth was a Ash of War. Quickly charge forward with the armament at the hip, carrying the momentum into a thrust. Hold to cover a greater distance. Yep, this is for polearms, heavy thrusting swords, and twin blades, very specifically. That's hilarious on a twin blade, by the way. I mean, it makes sense. It's just hilarious when you consider that the other end is just as pointed as the first. However, the way we want to go now is up here. When we're done slavering over our new find. Ah, yes. And as you can see, up here, we are met with the Cuckoo Knights. We apparently killed foot soldiers somewhere. And then we killed the other two soldiers. Non-foot kind. Beautiful. Our build really is starting to come together, you know. We have a bevy of tools at our disposal. Our spells are powerful. Our stats are coming together. You know, some of it is thanks to grinding. Like, let's not kid ourselves. You know, we would be in a lot worse position if our stats were a lot lower. But even with lowered stats, if we came here with this amount of spells we were supposed to, we would still have the necessary toolbox. We would still have Poison Mist. We would still have Frenzied Burst. We would have we probably wouldn't have Javelin of Gold. We'd have Litany of Proper Death. We'd have Black Flame. We would have our Dragon Breath. We'd have a few things we could do. We would have more than we needed to take out whatever is up here on this platform. It would just take us a little while longer to get that squared away accordingly. That's all. But because we have Javelin of Gold, because we have Blessing's Boon, you know, because we even managed to get Frenzied Burst, and it's at a higher level than it was before, we could probably take out just about anything before it reaches us. Which is just amazing. There really aren't any other builds like it in the whole wide world. Well, I should say the whole wide world. There's always the Dex and Strength duality build with enough arcane to use to find the weapons you want, and enough physical scores for it not to matter, enough vigor, mind, and endurance to make sure you can use your weapon arts without fail. But having the toolbox that we have is just very empowering. You know, this game will give you a lot of BS. Absolutely. And it's up to us to pierce through that BS with some of our own. We may not get the bonus from our warlock stuff when we're attacking at a distance like this, but who even needs that when our incantations are just powerful? They're beautiful. Of course, there may come a point where we need to say goodbye to our fortunes, because our build will be so unique, and uses a interesting bevy of tools that no fortune, it would have to be tailor-made for us, as in a player fortune, and not just any kind of fortune. It'd have to be tailor-made, and that's not something I ever see Elden Ring Reforged going to. I'm not that prominent. I'm not that important. At most, I'm a small streamer who gives this thing additional airtime, and that's it. Of course, my idea is to always try to convince other streamers, bigger ones, bigger than me, to do this. But that's kind of difficult. You want to be careful. We want to try to lure out a distraction, if at all possible. Well, trap. That isn't gonna work. Well, we can use our summons here. Why don't we do that? Yeah, you could have totally used these earlier to help us. It's literally like sieging a fortress, which I think is pretty cool. It just, you know, it kind of falls flat on its face because the game doesn't outright immediately tell you you can use this. Or, you know, up until this point, it was expected that you could only use them in boss fights. And thus not anything else. It's really strange. I believe this was the Ash of War earlier. Let's talk to this Finger Maiden.
Your fingers. Oh, bless you. Michaela's favor can be yours. Slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot. Pity the poor fool.
Okay, if you straight up wanted confirmation, that Sir Gideon Ofnir put a torch to the village of the Albinorix, it's this sentence right here that she spoke, where it's like, the all-knowing slaughtered, but alas was for naught, and he is the fool for having done so. Yeah, that'd be him. The one and the only. There's no other person in the world who has that title, even as a generic person. There's no one else who's all-knowing. And he probably wouldn't deny it either. He'd find plausible deniability, because it's what the all-knowing would do. To know everything. To be aware of their own personal flaws and shortcomings, and be ready to redress the appearance, if necessary. Make note that there is a mausoleum with or a cemetery with an additional, what appears to be 8 or 9 poppable hard runes down there. We're gonna put ourselves a marker to let us know to return there. Okay. And I believe that's the last item on cleanup. There were some things that we haven't done yet that I classed as cleanup, even though there was no cleanup to speak of. We've never been there. However, we most assuredly would have forgotten about it. At least I would have. And then it would be a problem for us. This way, this takes care of the amount of strong-arming I would have had to do just to go back for those. There wouldn't have been a cleanup aisle 2 or an aisle 5. None of that. We will, however, come and grab this. Found a simple map. Now, the way we were intended to find, and deal with Smaragd was to get this meeting place map. Notice how off in the upper right-hand corner is the Rail Lucaria Academy, and then to the southeastern, or like the bottom center, that's where the Temple Quarter. That's either the yeah, I'm fairly sure it's the Temple Quarter. When there's like an outcropping of rocks, supposedly. Yes, that is where Smaragd would have been. That's how we were intended to know of them, or at the very least a meeting place. However, the intended order for that's no fun, honestly. Okay, now that we're here, I'll leave that on the map for now. We've pretty much gathered up everything we can do. So now what are we going to do? We're going to go over to the Erdtree Gazing Hill and quickly find this amber starlight that we had mentioned. Oh, and we should have 3 golden seeds by now. I guess not. We only have 1 of them, apparently. So our amber starlight should be in that gorge to the northeast, if my memory serves. No, not even close. So, do you see this fork in the road here? We want to go over here now. I'll put a mark here, so that people know what I'm talking about. Then, from there, what we want to do is follow this main road, arc left here, and then go through this trail right around here or so. That'll be where our amber starlight is. Trust me, you'll see what I mean. We just need to quickly traipse through in the meantime. Traipsing through these enemy camps is a lot easier on Torrent, by the way. Right here is the Altus Junction. Let's go ahead and rest here. Then somewhere along this road, we should actually bump into an old friend of ours. I'm not sure if he's here. Here's a second golden seed for our troubles. Even the most basic enemies can become a little bit more battle-hardened in these more late-game, mid-game areas. And sure enough, here we are. Hi, Quarren.
Ah, look who we have here. How delightful to meet a familiar face, even after departing the Round Table Hold. I've been doing some learning of my own since then, actually, and will happily pass it along to you.
Sure. I would love to purchase spells from you, so at this point he will now sell Lightning Fortification and Great Heal. Both excellent and fantastic incantations.
I'm yet to find the noble gold mask. I suppose he'll be closer to the Erd Tree. The path ahead might be perilous, but tread it I shall. Since departing the Round Table Hold, I've come to understand, in my solitude, how little it is I truly know. May the Golden Order shine through you.
Okay, so we went and talked to Quarren and picked up a couple of spells. Granted, this wasn't the left I told you to take, however, it was still very much worth our time to do it. What we need to do now, we can just go through the crater there. We can go over the hill and we'll find it. We can also talk to you. Oh, Erd Tree, great Erd Tree, the Golden Order itself, unwavering, stretched to the sky, confer your guidance to our Elden Lord, to put this weary world to rights. And along with putting our weary world to rights, we also have the matter of making sure we know what it is we need to put right to begin with, right? Beautiful. Yeah, all these knights do have great bows, which they will use to deadly accuracy. Granted, are they the Radon archers? No, they are not. They are not the Red Mane Great Knights. Their arrows are very insidious, but despite them not being as potent of an archer, their skills are fairly formidable. Don't underestimate them, or you will end up losing your own life. And our reward, interesting, rare crafting ingredients. And what it is to be the apple of our eye, right? That is the plan. We picked up a whole bunch of sacramental buds. I wonder if this is really all it's cracked out to be. We have a bunch of rare ingredients that, from what I can tell, believed to originate long ago from a strain of buds cultivated with youthful sacramental blood. Do we know a god of blood anywhere? Do we know, if there's someone who would take a rite of sacrament and make it bloody? We haven't heard about anyone of that nature yet. So I'll decline on commenting, but let's just say, if this is here, then most likely it is not a good sign that it is here. Let's look over our find, as we will have a limited window in which to look at it. Can we actually, like, use it? Is it like a consumable? I know the regular starlight shards are, but I feel like the gold one definitely shouldn't be. Yeah, here we go. An ephemeral sliver that gives off a pale amber glow. What remains of a passing flash of starlight. If the stars command our fates, then amber-hued stars must command the fate of the gods. Such is the belief that inspired the use of these shards to prepare a most special draught, cannot be consumed by mere humans. Well, we have what we're looking for. This is what Celivis was looking for. Let's go, give it to him, right? So what do you think? I mean, we already know he's a twisted little dolly botherer, right? What do you think he's going to do? Well, we already know what he's going to do with it. The question is, how is he going to do it? And obviously, we're to be the delivery vehicle, right? We are his, shall we say, partner? His apprentice?
For another lesson so soon, there remains much to be done. Well, well. You managed to lay your hands on it. The blessed day is finally upon us. Goodness gracious, the way it glistens. Utterly enchanting. To think this was once a demigod's very fate. My, oh my, oh my.
The way it glistens. I'm sorry, but the way he says that disgusts me. But yet it is so hilarious. It's flesh-curdlingly disgusting.
Ah, are you still here? Ah, yes, I should give you your reward. Yeah, please. It's all yours. It's splendid work. It's just marvelous.
And our reward is a magic scorpion charm.
Now just you wait. The merriment is soon to begin.
Please don't whisper.
The scheme I promised is to be revealed very shortly.
Please don't whisper sweet nothings in my ear, Celivis.
You'll be flabbergasted, I can assure you. The secret I promised is to be revealed very shortly. You'll be flat secret, I promise.
Yes, we know about your secret. However, before that, there is the matter of the Siofra River well that we need to go ahead and discuss. So our next step is to go join Blythe and, reconnoiter with him about the method for getting into Nokron. But that isn't going to go over so well, I can assure you of that. That being said, we're going to take a short break, and afterwards, when we come back, we will see Celavis's quest to its stunning and very unsurprising conclusion. And I'll see you guys after this commercial break. Take care. I am back. Sorry about that. I had intended to take 5 minutes there, but I ended up having to check and sift through a lot of phone notifications. Took some extra time to do. So I am sorry about that. Without further ado, let's just get back to it. So, why don't we go find our partner, huh? I promise you'll like what he has to say. It's, very entertaining. And at the end of the day, I am an entertainer first. I've come to understand that content creation is meant for long-form videos. It's the YouTube space, and I shouldn't trounce on that by calling myself a content creator. I am not. Instead, what I will say is, I try to do my best to be entertaining, but that doesn't always work. If it did, then we surely wouldn't be here. Or I would be a lot more famous than I am now. But I am not, alas. And here we are. Here you are, Blythe. Now, why are you here? Is the question I need to ask.
Ah, good to see you. Apologies, mate, but I don't have much to report. I can see bloody Nokron right above me, but I'm absolutely stumped. I've tried all the gateways, to no avail. Perhaps it's time to ask Celevis. I recall that spiteful little rat acting like he knew something. Let's give him a squeeze. Show him just how sharp my teeth are.
Okay, sign me up. I want to squeeze Celevis, like, squeeze the lifeblood out of him. The filthy little dolly botherer.
I jest. I wouldn't go that far. Besides, I should check on some things here. Leave this place to me. You just do what you feel is right. If either of us learns anything, we tell the other. Right? Leave this place to me. If either of us learns anything, we...
Well, we have that little nugget of information. What are we going to do except really go and squeeze Celevis for a bit of extra info? Can't hurt, right? And there's a particular reason that I'm doing things this exact way, and that is that the Celevis quest is very sensitive. It's very easy to miss. Also, for those Ronnie simps who are out there, for those who, you know, are attracted to her, please note that this is the only time I will be doing this quest, so you don't have to crucify me if that was your intention. I'm not big enough for that, I promise, but you know, I'm getting that out of the way now before it's a problem. It's called getting ahead of the curve. Something I wish you would have done about this pandemic some time ago, but that's neither here nor there. You could sit and complain about management all you want, but we're in the position we're in now, and dealing with it is meaningless.
Good. I've been waiting for you. It's finally complete. The perfection of my draft, gleaming nectar sweet. Give it to Rani and ensure she drinks it.
You traitorous little sly. I knew you were going to go after Ronnie.
The dead-eyed doll lets down her guard in your presence, rather remarkably. Though she might dip her hands in the dirt and feign that icy persona, she's a frail, gentle girl at heart.
Is she?
You understand, don't you? That once you have Rani drink my draft, my scheme will come to fruition. And well, we'll be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Just imagine the pure elation. Well, well, you're asking me about that, are you? The task was left to you and the mongrel, was it not? Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot. Well, there's no helping it. Now's as good a time as any. I'll let you in on it. There's a glintstone sorcerer by the name of Selin in Limgrave. She owes me for the help I gave her when she was expelled from the academy. I asked her to look into the matter some time ago. I'll write you a letter of introduction. Go ask her.
We only get the chance to read these 2 items once, so let's go ahead and do that now. As soon as I have my eyes on it. First, this glistening amber draught. Small flask received from Preceptor Celivis containing a gleaming amber draught for use in a scheme. A Ponzi pyramid scheme. Give it to Ronnie and ensure she drinks it, and will be in a position to claim the very finest puppet ever crafted. Huh, how do you think feeding that to a doll is going to turn out? Huh, Celivis? Celivis's introduction. Scroll bearing a royal coat of arms. A letter of introduction written by Preceptor Celivis, addressed to a glintstone sorceress by the name of Selin. The contents of the scroll cannot be discerned. Of course he would write it in a bloody cipher, 'cause why not? Well, nothing remains to be done except we probably want to be pawning off, I'd say 5,000 or like more than 30,000 runes. We need to get rid of at least that much. And of course, if we could convert these to hard runes, that would be even better. 25k seems reasonable.
Well, I took you for no man to lay out your own.
This is a somber item. Not much more to say than that. Why don't we go and get some flowers real quick? I know of a place where we can easily get some, and that would be right here at the Church of Ella. You'll find that earthly flowers generally along the path. Or you'll find them where bushes and stuff also tend to be. And our goal is to get, I'd say, another 4 earthly flowers. Not too hard for the task at hand. You just have to look for the distinctive 4-leaf pattern. And that distinctive orange glow. And it's kind of hard to tell. Some things are like weird yellow flecks, and sometimes the flecks, like, see that gold one? There are a few gold ones just suspended in the sky, floating slowly. In the right place, it can definitely look like we have an earthly flower, but that is not the case. Always look for the shape. The shape gives it away. We now have our fortune. We are going to go back to Calais, buy something really cheap, like arrows or something. Then we're free. We will be free to dispense with the charade.
Always.
Sure, a telescope. absolutely 0 runes. I couldn't be happier. Now, we're going to go grant our lovely Selen this invitation and see what she has to say. If we need to come back and talk to Celavis again, we can do that. But otherwise, I don't think we'll be talking to Celavis ever again.
There you are. Shall we commence? Well, well, Celavis is not a name I ever wanted to hear again. But fine. If it will help you, my apprentice, I offer my knowledge. The stars alter the fate of the Karian royal family, and the fate of your mistress, Rani. But long ago, General Radahn challenged the swirling constellations, and in a crushing victory arrested their cycles. Now he is the force that repulses the stars. If General Radahn were to die, the stars would resume their movement, and so too would Rani's destiny.
Well, well, well. And let's see if I was a liar. Yes, I thought we gave those items over. The Amber Draught, I'm fairly sure we do give away. We'd have to, because she drinks it, and it's gone. But you're about to find out. Oh, and I suppose something else should be relatively clear. For Celavis's quest, for being engaged in Rani's quest at the exact same time, we want to make sure we have a Celestial Dew on hand. I'm already kind of tipping my hand by saying that, but I mean, you're administering a potion against someone's will. What do you think is going to happen? But I don't want to presume. I want you to see it for yourself. To be aware of that, to be aware of the mistake we make by following in Celavis's footsteps.
Well, this is a most unpleasant awakening. The depths of wickedness never fail to surprise me. I am saddened that thou wouldst succumb to such depravity, led astray by Celavis with devious tonic in hand. Didst thou think to have thy way with me? Begone, hapless scum. I won't have another whiff of thy rotten breath. I have spoken. Away from my sight. This is the 3rd time, fiend. Enough of thy unbearable breath.
Well, well, well. She actually kills you. Straight up, if you don't walk away. Don't worry. That mark of death has 0 runes. It is very possibly not worth it to go get. Now, we've completed that little quest. What are we going to do about Celavis? Is he still here among us? Or are we going to bear witness to something else? Perhaps a bit of righteous revenge? Luckily, we protected our runes, so it's a non-issue. This is why I was wanting to make sure I had some earthly flowers on hand. And look. I was right. We get his equipment and his bell bearing. Increases mine to the detriment of stamina. Large hat with the movement of the stars drawn in the inside of the brim. Worn by the magic preceptors who serve the Carian royals. Glintstone sorcerers are the descendants of astrologers. A fact that the Carians remain aware of, even if their fate has long been severed from the stars. Trying to see if I can get a close-up on the man's face so we know how hideous he is underneath. But I don't think we're gonna... I thought I saw an eyeball there. No, I think as much as we're gonna get is, like, underneath the shirt. That head feels very headless. Yeah, heads are headless. Congratulations, Coin. That body feels very headless. At least when it is dead. Alright. And, don't bother talking to Ronnie again in this state. Now, what we're going to do is go over to the Church of Vows. And we probably don't want to be talking to E.G. or, Blythe either. Let's spare ourselves that. The Church of Vows. Mayor. To receive absolution? Yes. And we don't need it anymore. That's like one of the rare instances of dealing with an NPC that results in you needing atonement without killing the NPC in question. Or, you know, having set them hostile. I suppose if you set an NPC hostile and run away, you might need to atone for it. But typically, it's just better if you kill them first and then atone. And this is probably the game that is the weirdest about it. Because everything resets back to the way it was. See? She's back asleep. Nothing worse for wear. There we go. Now we need to go conclude Pidia's part in the quest. Because that's something else that is kind of considered an unresolved question. What happens to the supplier of puppets? Even though Celibus is the one that administers the potions in which create the puppets, surely the ability to store them and move them about must be handled by someone else, and that someone else is Pidia, who deserves none of our pity. And notice I said that with a D and not a T. Yeah, we ain't pitying Pidia, promise. I'm sorry, I'm having a little too much fun with that. Well, thankfully we shouldn't need to worry about that now.
Stop, please, stop. You're my puppet. I loved you with all I have. How could you forget such bliss? That hurts. Please, I beg you, cease this cruelty.
Well, 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 I think we know what happened. Yeah, they killed him. The unfeeling puppets just turned on their master and killed him. And our reward for that is Dolores, the sleeping puppet. Note that we can't do anything in here. Look at how lifeless and still, picturesque even, this intervention of the inorganic puppet. And the music is perfect, by the way. Very fitting. what do we do now? Except bring our rather odious find back to the table of lost grace. And go turn these in to the Twin Maiden husks. So if we had bought out all of Piteous stuff, we would have gained a little tiny sliver of dialogue, and it might be worth doing again. But we can do that in another playthrough. I promise it's really not the most enlightening thing. And then as for Celavis's material, these are all the spells he'll ever sell. Never anything more. That's it. That's the quest. That's Celavis, all done. What a fitting end to a traitorous bastard, right? Because he is a traitor. He betrayed Ronnie. He probably intended to betray her from the beginning, as soon as he found out that he could in fact enslave a demigod. But let's read over our final puppet for the playthrough. Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, one of Celavis's favorite puppets, used to summon the spirit of Dolores the Sleeping Arrow, spirit of a handsome archer who dressed in the style of a man. Called the Silent Hunter by some, she fires Saint Trina's arrows from her short bow. Dolores once belonged to the Round Table Hold, where she was both a critic and a friend of Gideon the All-Knowing. It was because of her that he and Celavis went their separate ways. Ah yes, you take the man's friend, he casts you out. And then Dolores wasn't enough for him. He had to go after Nefeli, his foster daughter, who, even knowing that he cast her out for getting involved in his affairs too highly, he probably still had a great deal of respect for her potential. He probably would have been upset, and I would be too, in his shoes. Only I wouldn't have cast her out. You know. C'est la vie. What else can you say? Well, that's pretty much the end of that. We don't have any other reasons to go to Alta's Plateau right now. So instead, what we're going to do is finally enter the Academy. As we have more quests we can activate while we're there. Plus, we still have Taupe's quest to resolve as well. Because he's looking for a key, but he won't take the one we have. Like, I know we just warped here, but trust me, I need to demonstrate this. And I think I might have done that on camera before, but it is worth showing again. No matter how much you try to give him this key, he's not going to take it.
Back to learn another. Wonderful. So you found yourself a glintstone key, but I certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. It's true. I wish to return to my place of study, but that's no excuse to impose upon others. Oh, is this why Blundstones always finish last? Head to the Academy of Carry on with your journey. Press forward with your fight. Don't bother holding yourself up for Head to the Academy. Carry on with your... Don't bother holding... Head to the Academy. Carry on with your journey.
See? He won't take it from you. You have to find the copy that... You have to find the copy of that key that exists in the Academy itself. I think I can tell you that much. We've not found it anywhere else. We're not going to find a copy of it in Lanedell, no matter how much it might seem otherwise, and we're not going to find it in places we've already been, or even the underground. No, we're probably gonna find a copy of it inside the academy, and we just have to accept that. Now that we're here, there is something we can do, and that something is to go to the summon sign. Trust me, there is a reason for that, and that reason is... Well, before that, we're gonna come over here and grab this first. The golden seed. We need this. Now, as Tops already said, and as is described on the key, which we will go back and look at again, it activates the warp magic. If we cannot go cross through the warp boundary no matter what, we're stuck. And because of that, we needed the key to get through. And without that, we can't penetrate the magic. I think that probably overrides any affinity that the Tarnished might have for the rest sites. Now let's assist our friend Yura. You can miss this. It does go away if you go to some other areas, I think. Now, the Ravenmount Assassin is someone that can more or less be easily handled. With some clever thinking from... with some clever thinking from a spellcaster. Beautiful. Perfect way to finish. And our reward is a rune arc, which we desperately needed. It'll keep us alive and stat increases for now. And we obtain the Raptor of the Mists.
Thanks for your help there. That bloody finger was a thorn in my side. And now I'm finally rid of him. Here's a token of thanks. Please, take it.
A smithing stone 5. That is worth our time.
Much time. I'm dying to see you. Eleonora. Violet Bloodyfinger. Yes. I've been tracking Eleonora for quite some time. She is the deadliest of all bloody fingers. She's felled many an old hand already, but in spite of her cessblood zealotry, Eleonora is a proud knight. If she comes for you, do not think twice. You must flee. There is no shame in self-preservation.
Sure we can take out the NPC. Can't be that bad.
Be on your way. Perhaps we will meet again.
Thanks for the assist. Thank you for the items, good sir. Yeah, honestly, the items are about as much as one can hope for with this. Now, our way of getting in and out is no longer tied to these gates, even though we required the key to get through. feel we're pretty good by allocating that. So over here will be a merchant, I'm fairly sure. We also have some rats that are here as well. Or not rats, wolves. We have wolves that are here. We have some dead wolves. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Nothing says, tasty like a lump of flesh from a maddened wolf. Charged version does pierce guards, so you do want to be careful. It can trail through and hit other creatures. Could probably hit other NPCs too if you know how to aim it. And because our robustness and well, actually, our focus isn't particularly high. We could probably afford to replace this with a better helmet. Just at this point, what do we replace it with? Now that is the question. Probably. We probably want to replace it with something equivalent. And for reference, I said that the twin set was a straight upgrade, and I meant that. The Knight Helm, I mean, even if the point value is slight, the fact of the matter is that it's still an upgrade over everything else, over the Knight Helm. We do in fact want something else, though. We probably want... Anything that bumps our focus would honestly be good. So I'm thinking this mirror helm is probably what we want. Because looking back on this now, this does have better resistances against other stuff, but against what we're dealing with here at the Academy, the magic resist will be a very welcome addition to our set. And it doesn't look half bad. It's weird, but it could be worse. And you can tell that a merchant is there because we look at the campfire and it's lit and tended. Beautiful. Even after it noticed us, the second proc inflicted the madness. And that madness is what allowed us to finish off this second wolf. So we're well equipped to be here. And we actually have the right build this time. No, shenanigans. No needing to change it out for another build. We have the right stuff.
Well, there's been an age since I've seen a customer. How can I help?
Let's see what you have. And boy, do you have a lot. Let's get Fever's cookbook, which we sorely need to be able to craft sleep bone arrows. We've been meaning to be able to do that. They do sell rare meteor bolts, which are magic crossbow bolts. But no doubt the thing that we probably really want is the Stone Sword Keys, the Lost Ash of War, the Fanged Imp Ashes, and the Smithing Stones. We probably want these. and we might not even have the money to get it all.
Have a safe journey.
And there's nothing else here. We should go and get the item that's here. I said nothing else. What I meant was there is an item, but 2 items even. But there's also a real nasty Bloodhound Knight that's here. We will die if we get a blood loss proc. Well, I mean, not by itself. Oh, and they can chain a bunch of those together until you do something else. If you keep your calm, you'll be fine. But I wouldn't recommend collecting that item if you're doing a hitless run. You really only need a single Celestial Dew, and you can get those through far easier methods. I believe by just simply buying one from Muriel, you're already better served in that regard. But if you do want to fight a Bloodhound Knight, that would be how you do it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of an earlier ad break. The reason for this is I don't want anything to interrupt our final hour, and it's better to get that break out of the way now than later, because once we start, we're not going to want to stop. Plus, the Academy ain't going to make it easy for us to be able to take a break in the middle. You'll see what I mean as soon as we enter the courtyard. And with that, I will take a 5 to 7 minute intermission, and we will be back after that. See you guys then. Okay, sorry about that, and sorry for taking a little longer on intermission than I was initially expecting. I, went and looked into our little lovely bot issue, and, it was a very complicated game of resetting stuff over and over and over again, but I did manage to, fix it. Welcome back, Raspy. Good to see you. How are you? Just woke up? 7 a.m.? Yes, sir. That it would be. 7 a.m. And I see you're awake and here. Mm-hmm. I'm not normally here, but I need to make up this stream, and that is what I am doing. We'll be here for about another 54 minutes or so. That is the plan. And then after that, we should be calling it for the night. Game plan for the Rea Lucaria Academy is to more or less start with a courtyard. The courtyard is it's very awkward for casters. There are undead there who like to sap the FP out of you. And on top of that, there are dogs everywhere. There are birds everywhere. It's quite the menagerie, quite the little zoo, so to speak, and not the good kind. Okay, it doesn't seem immediately obvious because, of course, this isn't the courtyard, but as soon as we cross this bridge, it will be. But for those who are just now tuning in at the top of the hour, I'm Coinstamp. This is an Elden Ring Reforged stream, a peek in, a proper examination of the mod Elden Ring Reforged. If you want to know more, type in !ERR and you will get the information you are looking for. If you type in ERRW, !ERRW, all lowercase, no quotes, and you will get the information you are looking for regarding various changes that might have been made in Elden Ring. This is for PC. This is not available for console, so if you are a console user, I do apologize, but I promise you the size of this mod file is far, far bigger, and far bigger than what will be allowed in Xbox or PlayStation, and I'm not sure FromSoft would permit a mod on console platforms, knowing there's no way around the anti-cheat engine, which is required for console and console play of either kind, of either type. We are of course greeted at the very beginning with the Rea Lucarian mages. Not much to do here. Except sort of take our time and do our best to stay topped off on health. Now, if I were being smart, I would tell you to probably sit back and use our Frenzied Burst at a distance. But we've already made the climb up here. Let's not waste that effort. Let's not squander it. For those who know why for those who are wanting to know why I'm not talking at such a loud volume, and I'm not talking at my normal tone of voice, it is because it is currently the crack of dawn. It is 0 hours, or 004. No, 0040 hours. So that's 40 minutes. I find this really funny. Late night DJ Coin. Do I sound like one? Do I sound like a DJ? I hope, well, I mean, I don't know if I'd care if I did, but Immediately upon coming in here, we are beset by mannequins. They're not vulnerable to madness, before you ask. But we probably need to use the spell anyway. But, yeah. I'm not in my normal tone of voice, specifically because I don't want to wake people, one, and two, it's probably the crack of dawn for a whole bunch of other people, or 4 in the morning, or like 8 at night. So if I'm going to be streaming late at night, the thing I need to control is my volume. Don't worry, I'll make sure to adjust it so that it's at its normal volume for Thursday when we stream Blasphemous. I should be... Once this makeup stream is finished, we'll be all caught up. This sounds like we're about to do a robbery and we have to be silent. Yeah, but it's not ASMR, is it? Yeah, I'm not gonna whisper into the mic again, but yeah, this is my silent or quiet voice. I imagine I could actually probably get away with it. Keck W. I imagine I probably could get away with it, you know, all the time, and then everyone would be happy. So, like, back of the class voice? Yeah, basically. Quiet enough for the teacher to hear me. You know, not trying that hard, basically. Or in the office when someone has a call. Yeah, that's basically my voice when I'm on phone call, is very, very, very quiet. And that's only if I have to speak during someone else's phone call, of course. I do my best not to do that. It's rude, but that's neither here nor there. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Do you guys like the quiet voice? Is it smoother to listen to? Or does it get in the way? Or does it sound the same? I don't know. I can't be the judge of this. Even listening back on the recording, I know the sound of my own voice too well. I'm too used to it. Only someone who doesn't hear it all the time would have any understanding of... It sounds smoother? Good to know. And honestly just funnier? Funnier in the sense that you're not used to hearing it, like weird, or hilarious, like I should do this all the time for a bit. Cannot stay here long? Gotta answer messages? Okay, Rasby. Well, thank you for showing up again, and I hope that we can meet under you know, chat with one another under more normal circumstances. Take care and hope your messages go over well. So, we're here at the Church of the Cuckoo. Sure thing. See ya. Very well. Take care. The Church of the Cuckoo, which is what this place is the calm before the storm. Like, yes, what we dealt with the mages and the marionette soldiers was rough, but it isn't anywhere near the same degree of rough as what we're about to experience. You'll see what I mean. Oh, and also we'll want our Litany of Proper Death. We're going to need that as well. We're going to be dealing with a lot of Risen Dead. Might not think so, but just look at the state of this courtyard. Look, dilapidated trees everywhere, which is not at all the appearance one would expect. You know, when going through a school courthouse or school courtyard. Water wheel? Not something I'd expect to see either. But the most fun feature of this is undoubtedly the cemetery. These things will grapple you if you do not pay attention to your front and back. They will grapple you. They will take out your FP. You will be defenseless. As a mage, you need to be very careful while you're here. This place, this courtyard, is a death sentence for the unprepared. I'm not... You see what I mean? Even those who use weapon arts here will find themselves with very little choice except to start punching ghouls in the hopes of getting the FP they need. Granted, this isn't as devastating in the new system with Elden Ring Reforged, where, you know, you can regenerate your FP as so long as you get enough to start casting a spell. But it still sucks. And going through the courtyard your first time, you want to be very patient, very slow, very methodical. And I mean that more than most other times that I mean patient, slow, methodical. Here, I mean that quite literally, the shadows can jump out of themselves, out from any canopy just to kill you. That there are magic traps just lying around, and the corpses of the dead crawl out from their very graves just to come and eat you alive and turn you into one of them. Patience is key here. And making sure that your surroundings are well illuminated is also really important. As you can see, we've been ambushed no less than 2 times, and we already have problems. And if they start running at you, be prepared to roll out of the way. It gets much harder to do this if you're trying to make the mad dash sprints. I'm gonna go ahead and drink here. As you can see, you also probably don't have time for these spell casts. But nonetheless, you have to try to make time. It also doesn't matter much which generator you use in the beginning. It'll matter a lot more in the end. It'll matter a lot more when we're in the real castle, the real part of the legacy dungeon. Not that this isn't any less real or dangerous, but you know, this is sort of the take your time and everything's fine. You could still take your time at the end, but there will be a lot more things coming your way. But the graveyard is also a good first test of what one can expect while they're here, which is the ante being upped in every single conceivable way. You thought that Stormvale Castle was bad. You thought that Stormvale Castle tried your patience. Just wait. Just wait until you see the things that lie in the courtyard. This was a shortcut. If we had gone on this bridge earlier, we would have most assuredly been surrounded on both sides by these undead students, most assuredly. And I believe one of those students roll them over. You can roll into them and that will stagger them. Their poise is very low. But I don't recommend doing this because that will net you some danger. Very danger. 10 bonus points to anyone who figures out the YouTuber reference I'm making right now. But yeah, it's very dangerous. We're so close, yet so far. Sneaking through the graveyard at night. Yeah, actually, the timing is just perfect, huh? We're sneaking through the graveyard at night. And the only thing we're doing, the only thing that is worth our attention, is the skulking. The pitter-patter of feet as they clack across the dirt, the rocks. The small dust clouds made by our feet as we walk through the absolutely soaked, moist dirt. The lack of any amount of human interaction whatsoever. And the only constant is the churning of the water wheel, and the glimmer-glamour of that Tearstone Scarab. Now that I'm done playing narrator for a little while, we can keep going. And make sure to check behind all the buildings as well. You never know what you're going to find here. Now, speaking of here, what we want to do is make sure we explore this front portion of the courtyard first, as we will not be able to return back very easily once we start. The dogs are probably the worst part of it all. At least at this initial juncture. The dogs ambush very easily. And personally, I find dogs to be one of the more threatening enemies in this game. I mean, are they as threatening as the stone imp statues? No. But you don't have to be as threatening as a stone imp statue in order to be threatening. You just need to come close. And that closeness is only held by a few things. Marionette soldiers, ghost or pumpkin heads, the undead that suck away your FP, and quite a few other creature types, if I'm being completely honest with you. Just keep your cool. We're in a cemetery at night. And the power of our lantern and our holy magic will keep things being underway. Uh-oh. Just making sure that the scarab didn't overhear us having this little exchange. And this spell will even light up the way for us. That's how useful Javelin of Gold is. It accomplishes so much with a single spell cast. It's probably the most powerful spell I can think of. Except for late game spells, which of course are more powerful. But I don't even think Elden Stars is that powerful. Yeah, I don't even think Elden Stars has that level of power. Yes, the Elden Stars do a lot of damage, but only on incredibly large targets. On small targets, they tend to, well, miss the mark. And our reward was the Spectral Lance. I believe the Spectral Lance is for spears. Usable on polearms that grants the Occult Affinity. Skill of the Headless Mausoleum Knights. Hurl a phantasmic spear at foes. And unlike Elden Ring Vanilla, in here it scales with Arcane. So if you were wanting a hard-hitting physical attack at range, then you've just found your ticket to that right here. I believe we are sufficiently done with the courtyard now. I can make our way inside to the interior. So here we are clearly intended to fall off. This wraps back around to that grave we saw earlier. However, we're not quite ready for that. What we want to do is actually head up here to this courtyard, part of the courtyard first. And my reasoning for that is we're going to find an Alabaster Lord here. Thankfully, he's not too hard to take out, but the reward is very worth our time. We find Gravity Well, another gravitational sorcery, our first of many. Let's slaver over our new find. One of the glintstone sorceries that manipulates gravitational forces. Fires a projectile of condensed gravitational force. Those struck by it will be pulled toward the caster. Charging enhances potency, a gravitational technique studied by the young Radon. His master was an Alabaster Lord with skin of stone. That might have been the teacher we just killed. Yes, our new find will surely be worth it given some time. Now we do have quite a few choices here. Of course we're going to do what we said we were going to do first, but it is worth noting that you have two choices at this point. You can hop on the water wheel and ride up to the top platform, or you can continue riding the water wheel on the way down, or you can ignore all that and instead drop down here for a nice little treat. 1,200 runes. And whatever is over here, along with all of these undead that we were seeing. And don't worry, we're not falling down anytime soon. That fall would lead us to our death. But undoubtedly the most impressive, odious find of all is that lovely set of armor we just picked up. And that would be the armor of the Carrion Knight. I think that's the set that we just picked up. Helm of the Enchanted Knight that once served the Carrion royal family. The Enchanted Knights, anointed by the Lunar Queen, were all heroes of the highest honors that fell into disarray with the decline of the royal family. Let's put it on. I believe this is one of those armors that actually does have a set bonus on them. We do lose some protection, but however, I believe this is the first time we're actually encountering an item with a set bonus on it. At least in terms of one we can actually use. So looking back at our change log, this would actually be under armor sets. I'm looking in the wrong place. So this set that we're wearing is the Carrion Knight set. Actually, I think it's the wrong one. It's supposed to be the Royal Knight set, not the Carrion Knight set. But we might as well wear this for a little while. Can't hurt us, and it's lighter, easier to wear, and we have our shield. That's the main draw of our build anyways, the ability to be able to block without much of a problem. And our way out will be up through this ramp, and take a left right here. Bingo, bango, bongo. Easy. Now we can do what we were intended to do, which is to take the water wheel platform up. We need to wait for it to come over. We're going to go ahead and jump. And we're going to go ahead and take it to the top first. Don't worry about that item. We can't get it right now. And we'll be greeted with a few peasants / nobles. Don't worry about them either. They're pretty easy to deal with. Aristocrats. That's what I'm thinking of. We have a bunch of aristocrats here, all hired as common hands. You'll soon see what I mean by that. First, it's definitely worth noting that there is a path off to the right, which we should probably take. And there's nothing there, but mainly that little side path there is for your way back. From your way back up after riding the water wheel down some. We also have this ramp up here, which as soon as we take this right, leads us to a platform with a noble on it. And this is your ticket to ride the water wheel up. You don't have to ride in fact, you can't ride the platforms themselves. You want to time it so that when you get on this water wheel, you're right after a platform that has just moved, because you'll eventually fall back onto that platform. But first, before we do that, I'd like to, oh, please tell me. I'm gonna make sure my audio is on. I'm always paranoid about that stuff. And here we are. We're not going to reset just yet, however. We still have the water wheel that we can ride. And of course, because of all the little nooks and crannies, we can actually get lost very easily. Now what we want to do is keep going with that. There will be a drop . There will be a place you can drop down to, and see, that's again another platform. We won't have very much time once we interact with the next platform that sinks, so we might as well get everything that's up here first. And everything that's up here, well, as luck would have it, it's more of the undead. And you won't really have an easy means for checking either. Notice how all of these are sort of limp-wristed and won't move. What I like to do when I'm presented with this option is to start punching the undead. You know, see which ones of them are actually dead, and which ones of them have refused their calls back to the Erd Tree. You can also cast a wide spell like this, and you will get an interaction from at least one of them. And you just keep throwing out these checks on the spell, and you will and I think that might have been a marionette back there. You can also just clack your camera a few times to recenter it, and that will also lock on to potential enemies. But I find this to be a bit less than reliable with enemies that like to lie on the ground like that. Plus some of them are specially designed to avoid being locked onto until after you've already performed the looting, at which point it's too late and you are beset by the undead. Thankfully, once you know where to look, once you know where you need to be, it's not so bad fighting the undead. It really isn't. The worst of it is over. The ambush potential is ruined, gone, diminished. At the very least, diminished. And look, if you need to hop out for any reason, you have that ability that is available to you. We don't need it. We can keep going. Even though we're absolutely low on cerulean, or actually we're empty on cerulean flasks, we can still keep going. So much for that. That was quite the comedy of errors. I didn't wait quite long enough there. Yeah, that's the... You can know as much as you like, but the platforming is still never easy. You can know as much as you want, but the difference is all in the execution. Don't execute, you might find that your foregone conclusion is anything but foregone. And of course, like before, we will actually have to make the same sets of jumps we made before, because guess where our runes are? They're not over at the spot we died. No, they're over here. And you can always jump these a little early in exchange for taking some damage. Now, what's down here, you might ask? Why are we going into the water wheel? Our clear, profound destination is in the academy, at that rest site that we were just at not that long ago. Why are we here? I'll tell you why we're here. And it has absolutely nothing to do with the current area. Do you see that abductor virgin there? We have fought these before. If you'll recall, at the Ricarian Manor, there was another one that had these Giza wheels on them. Well, do you remember a certain someone who said, "Hey, listen, I heard tell of an abductor virgin who, when they abduct us, will take us to the Erd Tree," right? That's what that someone said. I'm not going to demonstrate that this playthrough, because too many quests are sensitive to what this particular abductor virgin might do. However, it is worth noting that that certain someone is a big, bold, and fat-faced liar. This doesn't take you anywhere close to the Erd Tree. It takes you in the opposite direction, away from it. Where, you might ask? Do you remember when we were talking about when Gideon told us of Rykard, the man or the shard bearer at the Volcano Manor? This abductor virgin will take us there, not the Erd Tree. However, we can still kill it. It is a one-time kill. And I highly recommend that you do so, if you don't want to absolutely bum rush it over to the Volcano Manor. I promise, We will explore it in our own due time. This one won't come back. And our reward was only a few K souls, and whatever, or a few K runes, and whatever it was guarding down here. In this case, probably one of the most useless talismans in the whole game. The long-tailed cat talisman grants immunity to fall damage, but does not prevent death from a high fall. A brooch depicting Lacrima, the long-tailed cat. Lacrima features in the Fables of Rhea Lucaria, in which she is described as a fairy cat who was fond with playing in the Great Bell Tower. This thing only protects you from 4 meters of damage. Absolutely only 4. That is the 16 to 20 range. That is it. 20 meters kills you, and no other sources of damage would kill you. The only reason you would ever wear it is for the same reason that there is also an item which does its job, called soft cotton. Admittedly, soft cotton is rare, but you know what else is rare? This talisman. Many people can go without ever coming down here. Many people go without ever coming down here. They never see this talisman. And when they do try to test it, try to use it, it doesn't work like they think it does. Or people assume that it will protect you against fall deaths. And it doesn't. It's very, very useless. And I long for the day where in Elden Ring, Reforged, or otherwise, where we can finally say, okay, we've been faithful to the designs of this game. Now that the game is done being developed, there's no more DLC, nothing of the sort. Now we can actually tinker with it. We can tinker with the design, make it better, make it worse, make it whatever. I wonder what kind of definition our lovely little mod will take once it's all said and done. Well, we're done with the courtyard. What do we have next, you might ask? A little bit of a break. A little bit of a break from the academy, the dreary music. And instead, we're gonna go see if we can't upgrade something, finally. I think we've been getting a few 5 shards here or there. Surely we must be able to do something. And no, we cannot. Can we craft what we need? Probably not, either. We can make 4s. We can upgrade a bow. However, none of these bows are particularly worth it. The Erdtree Great Bow also takes material I'm not even interested in spending right now. We don't even have shields. worth upgrading. At most, we have a crystal sword. We have a few swords that are like this. But I would rather upgrade the Sword of Night and Flame. Something that we can't really adjust or change the Ash of War on. We can't enhance it. We can't make it stronger. We're stuck with it, as it is. But it's good as it is. But I'm pretty happy with our shield too. I don't know. We're light enough that we can probably equip a sword now in our offhand, should we need it. However, we don't need to upgrade this sword, and I'll tell you why that is. And the reason for that is this. It drains status. It does its job all by itself. It doesn't need any bonuses, and I doubt the weapon drain status gets stronger on upgrade. In fact, let's try building up some self-status without the sword, and then see what happens when it drains. Note the drain rate before the sword and after. Before, after. This probably works much better once we actually have what am I trying to say? Geez, okay, we're trying to go to the schoolhouse classroom. This probably works better if we're able to equip a status drain type effect as well. Specifically, the clarifying horn charm. The one that lets us drain out our madness as we build it up. That'll probably be a lot better. We don't need to be here. We can actually move on to the main portion of the academy. Or so I would like to. However, we only have about 6 minutes, so the most I'm going to do, I think, is to show you that we have the inner workings of the, Oh, and also immediately, we don't have the protection of our shield. Nice looking robe. Yeah, we don't have the protection of our shield now, so we're going to want to swap between the two whenever we feel we need to. Luckily, the sword also doesn't weigh that much, about 4 pounds. At most, we'll just want to get these 2 items. Now, the Conspectus Scroll, as well as, well, we'll slaver over that in just a minute. Yes, so, just like the Academy Cavern, we also have these hidden caverns, or hidden passageways, that we'll want to be on the lookout for, while we're here. Let's see where this leads. Maybe it'll wrap back around to the front. Or, actually what I probably imagine is this is our ticket to the item that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, see how it wraps around to the water wheel? This is how we get the Olivinus Glintstone Crown. Increases intelligence to the detriment of HP. One of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Rea Lucaria scholars whose pursuits were deemed worthy. The lineage of the Olivinus Conspectus began with the sorcerer Lusat, and its adherents continue his study of meteors. So these would be your comet line spells. And we have an easy ticket back to... this grace site. Also, I'd like to just point out that this sword goes really well with our set. And getting used to it being in our left hand will definitely be tough. We can also deflect with it if necessary. It just won't work out nearly as well for us as if we deflect with the shield. So we've explored a tiny little bit of the Academy proper. Next time, and that'll be Sunday, next Sunday, our plan is to finish going through and investigating the Academy. It'll probably take us about 2 episodes to do, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. But it is definitely worth doing. We have a shard bearer as well who resides here. Renala. We were told she was here. This is where we will find her. This is where we will ultimately take that shard from her that rests inside of an amber gift given to her by Radagon before he left. That is what we will come here to claim. And boy, are there some rather disturbing implications with that amber gift. Some of which I will probably mention later toward the end of the game, when we need to go over some of the more intricate things about the lore. But, thank you guys so much for stopping by, for having a conversation. I appreciate it. I realize this is a weird streaming hour for us, but I promise that it's not a habit. This is just a phase. This was a moment in time in which, my schedule fell and my sleep was ruined. But I hope to have that fixed. Probably not now, probably not Thursday either, but I'm gonna do my darndest to fix it. You have my word. A warrior's word is his bond, after all. Speaking of warriors and bonds, if you guys like this content, feel free to leave me a follow and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any more of this amazing DJ-esque, nighttime voice. I might experiment with doing it more often. If you want to support in a more direct fashion, I would highly appreciate a coffee donation or a Stream Elements donation. All of those go right towards the purchase of equipment. Of course, financial support is never required. Your presence here is more than enough. But every penny does help. Promise. Apart from that, I think that pretty much about covers all the shilling. Oh, and I guess to say, if you don't like ads for any reason, consider dropping a tier 1 support, or consider buying Twitch Turbo. Granted, giving Big Bezos money might not be everyone's cup of tea, so give it to me, if you're so inclined. I've said as much as I want to say. Whether or not you financially support this channel is up to you. I will go on whether you do or don't. I appreciate you regardless. And with that, Thursday, we will have some Blasphemous. Just like how we were cleaning up today, with Blasphemous, we've got a little bit more cleaning up to do. We have the Confessor dungeons that we need to get rid of, we need to complete. There are a lot of relics or a lot of rosary items that are only obtainable by doing the Confessor dungeons. And then we will be ready to tackle the rest of Mourning and Grief before finally making our way over to His Holiness himself. Again, thank you. I'm Coinstamp. This has been another episode of Elden Ring Reforged. And with that, I will see you guys next time. Take care, and bye-bye.